with the land registry as the new title.
Okay.
With that, you can now proceed to now apply for another CFO. Because the court decision, the court judgment has nullified existing rights that was on it. So this is just new. So if you are buying now and what you have on ground is the judgment of the court, you want to ascertain whether the people that are selling to you, whether their names are on the judgment of the court. And if they are not beneficiaries, they must have a link. Maybe their father is one of the names of the people, judgment beneficiaries, but there should be something connecting you to them. So whether by a letter of administration, so that if there is no link, you will not transfer a valid title to the second party who is buying.
Yeah.
There are sometimes you are buying a property, which is something, maybe I bought a property and I have like 10. I decide to give you gifts. So deed of gift. So I'll give it to you. And the moment we execute, the title has passed to you, even though you have not registered it.
Okay.
The title has passed to you. So now your registration will now be to put an adverse claim. The registration will now put adverse claim against that property so that nobody will come up tomorrow and say, this property belongs to me. So you now need to go and register your own deed of gift. Okay. And then it will now be recognized by the government that I have alienated this, I've given it to you. Now you have registered it. The whole world is put on notice that this deed of gift is now the current.
Now, how about people that buy from real estate companies? Now, what I mean by that is we've seen companies that go to one village, one bush, and they buy hectares and acres of land, and then they sell in plots, in pieces to individuals. Now, that individual, what should they request from the real estate company?
So, like I mentioned, it depends on the circumstance of each case. There are times that people will go and buy that large expanse, and they will take steps to register certificate of occupancy. I'm sure
for the entire expanse.
Yes, I'm sure that most times you hear people saying global CFO, global CFO. It's just an aberration. The law does not recognize anything global. It's just certificate of occupancy. But what they are trying to say, why they use the word global, is because it covers a large expanse of land. So they will say it's global CFO, but it's certificate of occupancy. Now, if the company has certificate of occupancy, so they should do a deed of assignment for those who are in Lagos, okay? If you're outside Lagos, there's some states, deed of conveyance, some Anambra State, Imo State, they use like a power of attorney. So those are the things you will now ask for, okay? Assuming there is an existing certificate of occupancy on ground. So the deed of assignment, so it's just a nomenclature depending on which state.
Okay.
That is what you will now ask, because that is the first recognized title.
Okay. But how often do people even request for that?
Well, some people, if people are not using lawyers, they will not request for that, okay? But when people are using lawyers, they know that they need to request for that. And you are not just requesting, that there must be a survey plan that covers what you are buying.
Yeah.
Because the essence of survey plan is that it gives you, like, you know, the way you have an identity card. So your survey plan is the identity of your own land on that large expanse. So you must have that, the beacon number must be specific to it.
Okay.
Okay, so you know that this is mine. So you go and register that particular land that is now assigned to you.
For how long have you been doing this? Consultant.
Like, we're going to 20 years now.
Yes, I can see. Yes, you have a very deep knowledge about this. Now, this period of 20 years, what are some of the challenges you have faced dealing with clients? Now, I'm talking about your personal experience. I'm not talking about the business. Yes, dealing with people. What are some of the challenges? Because there are many more people, many more lawyers that are coming out of school every day. And of course, they want to become real estate consultants, real estate lawyers.
Thank you. Let me start with what happened yesterday.
Okay.
A client reached out to me 3 days ago. I actually met her in the UK when I went for Invest in Africa. I spoke at London, Manchester, Birmingham. And so she took my number and said that she would need my services. I said, that's fine. So when she now contacted me 3 days ago, she lamented how a lot of people have scammed her and all that. You know, woman to woman, I felt for her. And You know, based on that, normally when you want me to do anything, the first thing I do is that I give you a letter of engagement. It gives me the opportunity to ward off people who are not serious. So once you're able to, you know, sign that, I know that you are ready to proceed.
Do business, yes.
Okay, and that also carries my account. So you are making payment as you are signing. So it helps me to manage my time. I don't have enough of time to waste. So what happened was that out of all her stories, I was so compassionate, you know, showing her so much love, and this is a property in Abuja. So I decided to speak to the top people about the property, share the title and everything. Everything she forwarded to me, I forwarded it to them. I didn't want to waste time. I just needed to speak with the right people to get information. Yeah. And I got an information. I said, okay, yes, this property, you can proceed. And then she said, fine. I said, okay, now you are ready to proceed. Can we now do the letter of engagement? She said, fine, I should send it. I did the letter of engagement I sent to her. She got it, and she said, oh, that her name is not well spelled and that she will prefer her UK number. I said, send it. We did another one and sent to her. She went into limbo. We didn't hear from her again. We didn't hear from her again. So the next day I said, hello, madam. I just want to know whether you want to proceed. And she said, she's been having pain all over her body, this. Do you know what has happened? She has gotten the information that she needed. So you see, so I just spoke to her. I said, ordinarily I wouldn't have talked, but I said, this is the reason why you have been scammed for years, because you downplayed the relevance of a lawyer. I said, I just intimated you about pre-due diligence status, the title. You don't even know anything, whether the title falls within the land and all that. I mentioned so many things. I said, but because you have heard that the title is genuine, I said, sometimes people will sell a property to you with a title that does not relate to that particular. So that is a systematic process. You need to move to the next stage. You know, so you see what happens. And because she has gotten that, she felt, and up till now, that's the end of that. And I've had several issues like this. In fact, there is this one that contacted me. He bought property in Ikorodu and all that. The first thing that he did was to tell a lie about the amount of the property and all that. I said, why would you do that? Simply because you want the lawyer to charge less. Yeah. So that's another issue I've encountered. So another one was the man wanted to buy a property, and when he came to the registration point, and he said, lawyer, can you reduce the amount so I will not be able to pay so much to the government? I said, I'm sorry. I know so many people do it, but I'm a woman who is given to compliance. I will not be able to do it because you want to defraud the government. Mm-hmm. And that was the end. Said, no, he will get somebody who will be able to reduce the amount. You know, so these are some of the personal
personal challenges. I understand. But what keeps you going?
My faith, my value. I cannot compromise for anything. I stand for what the law says, and I'm a strong advocate for compliance and ethics. Okay. It has kept me going. Let me tell you this. There's something happened, and then the man said, no, I won't get peace involved. A lot of things are involved in this. I know she will say no. You know, when he wanted to do a transaction that is worth billions, he contacted me, said, madam, I know you. You are a very transparent and honest woman. Wow. And a lot of money are involved. I want you to handle this transaction. You see, what keeps me going is that a lot of people know the truth. We are all adults. Yes. So if an adult decides to go other ways because they already know the truth and they decide not to. I was speaking with a friend. I'm co-authoring a book with the learned SAN, Madam Bimbola Akeredolu SAN. We are co-authoring a book, Land Documentation. Okay, so that book is going to change some narrative in the especially Nigerian real estate sector. Okay, so because both of us were appointed as facilitators for real estate developers, certification of real estate developers in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you see that I was discussing, one of the things that I discuss in that book is that most times the law seems to be ineffective, not because we don't have enough robust laws, but because we have some mindsets that are profit and money driven rather than value driven. Yeah. And that's why you see somebody will know that this quality of material that I'm using to build is of low quality. But because they want to make money, they don't care about the loss of lives that it will cause in a few years' time, they will go ahead. Tomorrow you say, this property just collapse. So it's not that the law is not there, but the law is written, but is it in the mindset of the people? Are people well trained to understand the danger, the risk? So if you ask me, what will you do better if you occupy a certain position in the Nigerian real estate sector? First thing I will do is training. People need to understand the law, understand the consequences. Another thing is enforcement.
Yes.
Monitoring and enforcement. We have so much laws in place. In fact, I started female lawyers in real estate practice in Nigeria, fairly rep.
Okay.
I started it in 2020, and the reason why I started it was a bad transaction I handled in 2013. We bought a property, and we have conducted search. Everything from lands registry is fine. You know, traditionally, once you go to lands registry, everything is fine. We advanced a sum of 100 million as at 2013.
That's a whole lot of money.
A whole lot of money, 100 million. We paid the property somewhere up Ikeja. We paid the 100 million to the family. And then we have this tradition in our company, then, my ex-employer, that when we buy any property that we intend to use, we don't want to use the existing structure. We demolish.
Okay.
And the reason why we demolish is to see if there is going to be adverse claim from members of the public. Because if you demolish my property, I will show up.
Yes.
So it's a tactic that we use. Anytime we buy a property that we intend to demolish, we will not pay full amount. So we held back the 15 million, paid them the 100 million. We demolished, telling them that within 3 months, if we did not see any adverse claim, then we'll pay them back the money. We demolished the property. We put some security agents and all that. Few days after demolition, another family showed up with another security agent that were encroaching on their property. And then they told us that this property, there is a court litigation on this, is already pending before the Court of Appeal, and the matter is scheduled for judgment. It was like a boom. You know, because normally when a property is under litigation, what the lawyer should do is to put the whole public on notice by registering what we call the caveat emptor. I'm sure you'll be seeing some properties, they put caveat emptor. It means buyers beware. So it was there was nothing on the lands registry to show that this property is under litigation. And we have advanced the form of 100 million. Do you know that day we showed up in court? The judgment was given in the favor of the other family. And that's how we lost. Then we started pursuing this family. Why did you conceal this important fact from us? Why did you? And they are not just fighting. The family that even sold to us are the children of the third wife. The children of the first wife and the second wife are also fighting the people. So all these things we were not there. You know, it's not something that you can find.
But the family that sold to you people, they had a lawyer, right? Or you people just went and you paid and all that. So the lawyer.
We paid as a legal department of a developing company.
You understand?
We've done normal search that you will do.
So what happens to that lawyer?
The lawyer from
the family.
Of course, the man needed his money. Because he is the one that actually supposed to give us information that so and so thing is happening.
Okay.
So when we now went to court, they gave judgment in favor of the other family. So what we did was to proceed against them with EFCC. By the time EFCC arrested them, what was remaining out of the 100 million, I think about 30 million or so, I can't remember. If you see the statement of account of how the money went that particular day, that the money hit the account. Okay,
now, what is the government or those in law enforcement agencies, just as you said, now you used the EFCC, what role do they have to play in protecting people like that? People who are fallen victim or who will fall victim of these fraudsters?
That was why I started female lawyers in real estate practice. So the rationale behind it was because of this that I started it. For us to educate lawyers to understand intricacies of some certain complex real estate transaction. So what we're doing is equipping lawyers to know where you need to conduct searches when you are buying a property, depending on the property you are buying. So if you are buying a property, the first primary place where we were even taught in school was the land registry. We were not taught in court. We were not taught you should go to court, you should speak to Omoniles and all that, you know. But we now broaden the scope of search. So now when you are buying any property, if it's a company, you go to CAC to ensure that there is no debenture registered on it. Because sometimes they will use it for mortgage and they will not let you know, and they will go ahead. And you also want to be sure that the directors are still on ground, because those are the people that will sign for you at the end of the day to proceed. Okay, so you need to do that Corporate Affairs Commission search. You need to go to Land Surveyor General's office to conduct search on whether the land information, whether it's for the land is under acquisition or not. You need to go to court, and not just going to court. So for us here in Lagos, I want to use Lagos as an example. So if it's a property that is in mainland, you go to Ikeja Court. Okay. Yes, if it's a property at island, you go to Iboshere. Okay. So if it's Federal High Court, you go to, if it's a federal land, you go to Federal High Court. Now, you also need to go to the probate. Now, when you have to confirm the will and the letter of administration. So then there's something I now introduce, the local intelligence. Okay. You need to go around, people that stay around that place. Most times, all those mamas and papas have been selling groundnut and all that. Most of them have the history of most of the properties around there. You need to find out, mama, please, just buy groundnut, talk. Before you know it, mama will give you some information that land registry will not give you. So you just need to go through. That's why I said due diligence is systematic. Yeah. It's not just about property title verification. A lot are involved, depending. And then you need to also go to asset management, especially when it's company. You know, in 2018, when Oceanic Bank was taking over and some other banks, asset management Nigeria took over a lot of banks. Yes. They took their asset, not the liabilities. So most of the loans that they acquired using that, most of the assets they acquired using the loan, the non-performing loan. So they use it to purchase properties. So the Asset Management Nigeria took over those properties in order to recover back the government money. Okay, so sometimes you will need to go there to the legal department and search, because some of the properties are up for tracing. They've not started tracing them. Okay. Sometimes people buy properties with proceeds of the fraud, and then EFCC will take over those properties. So you also need to check some certain properties from EFCC department to confirm. Wow. So when people say, I've conducted a search, I say, where did you conduct a search? Yes. And then sometimes some people are not patient enough to allow the lawyers do what they need to do. Why because there's always a pressure from the agent. Madam, there are 10 people on this property. If you don't pay by 48 hours. So those pressures, a lot of people, especially a property that is in a good location. So if we have investors who are patient enough, who are able to pay a lawyer, when you pay a lawyer good money, we'll go extra mile for you, because their reputation is at stake. Exactly. So, but most times you see that people don't even use lawyers. And when I talk about lawyers, some lawyers are not into real estate. So you can't go and engage a lawyer who is an immigration lawyer to do what real estate is. Like a pregnant woman going to meet a pediatrician, okay, instead of gynecologist. Yeah. So the pediatrician might just have a general knowledge of what to tell you, but it won't be as the same when you are seeing a gynecologist. So if I have a brief now that is immigration related, I won't take the brief. I will refer it to lawyers who are into immigration. Yeah. So that's what I expect lawyers to do. If a brief comes to you and you know that you can't handle it, send it to lawyers who are into that so that they'll be able to do it. Wow. That's part of the way we curb the fraud. Okay, thank you very much, Peace. But before I let you go, because this conversation is very interesting and I believe that our viewers are also benefiting from it. What do you have to tell a young lady who is coming out of law school now and, of course, the real estate? That's where the money is. That's new oil money when it comes to the law firm. So what word do you have for that young lady who wants to be like you
and she wants to excel as well in this industry, what would you tell her or him? Let me not limit it to women alone. Before someone says that we are doing women thing, yet everyone that wants to come into the industry, what should they look out for?
All right, thank you. My advice, like I have a platform for mentorship for young lawyers, and this is what I always tell them. I said, first, sit down and study the laws. We have so many laws regulating real estate transaction in Nigeria. Understand how these laws work. Understand how to handle transactions that are complex. Sit down and read. Take some textbooks. Immerse yourself in reading. Build a capacity. And then just launch out. When you have a transaction that you know you don't have the capacity, look for a bigger lawyer. Then tag along to understand how those transactions are being resolved, how documentations are made, how clauses are introduced to manage risk, because it's very, very important in contract. Most of the problems we have and most litigations we have in the courts today is because some clauses were not introduced to manage risk. And so when the risk will come up, it becomes a litigated matter. So one of the things I counsel lawyers, understand how to manage risk using the clauses in a contract. If I want to give my money now to build, or maybe we are putting a lot of investors in a pool of funds to give a developer, we should have an escrow account, so that that escrow account should be so the agreement will now say, when you get to SOUQ foundation, we disburse certain money.
Okay.
When we get to first floor, a certain amount of money. When we get to second floor, depending on the unit, or maybe 1 unit to 2 units, if you don't do it that way, they will divert it to another project. And then people that now invested in off-plan will now start suffering, because another person has seen, oh, I think that location is more viable, let me just invest there. And then they will abandon that project. And you see that some off-plan investors will now start suffering. So as young lawyers, you should be able to understand the laws, sit down, understand it, get acquainted with some Supreme Court decisions, High Court decisions, Court of Appeal decisions on real estate matters. So those decisions and the principles and the rationale sponsoring how the judges think will now help you to advise your client. So because right now, if I'm doing anything, I understand that I've read a decision of the court on this, on that. And I know that these are the principles that they have been following. So those principles are what I will bring in contract drafting, and why I'm advising a client, say, if you go this way, this is the consequence. If you go this way, this is the consequence. Because I'm now coming from experience, not just theoretically. So just have a robust knowledge of the law regulating the sector.
And to those that want to come and buy, and they do not know how to go about it, your advice now for the general public?
For the general public, I would say this: do not proceed with any real estate transaction without involving a lawyer. The former special advisor to the governor on real estate housing, Madam Toke Benson, once said that every real estate transaction must commence with a lawyer and end with a lawyer. It's not just because we want to put ourselves out there that, no, it's like the blood in your system. You can't do without a lawyer. A lawyer will review your agreement based on the knowledge of the law, the principles guiding some transaction, and they will be able to advise you. So if you are investing in any property, get a lawyer involved. Know the title, know where the property is located. Carry on with a surveyor. There are some people you cannot take away from your transaction. And I must say this: when you are buying a property, don't send a lawyer to go and inspect the structural integrity. I'm happy I'm on air, because I normally say this, that a lawyer is not a structural engineer. I will not be able to assess the integrity of a structure. A structural engineer should be able to do that. Then give me his professional opinion, which I will reduce in the report that I am giving to you as an investor. So there's some certain property, you will hear a lot of people say, I've sent my lawyer there.
Yes.
It's not the work of the lawyer. The lawyer should limit themselves on the documentation, the risk how to manage it, how to make sure that this transaction, whether it's something that will give you ownership, whether it will make you to give you a transferable right and title in the property, and lastly, whether you have possession. These three things, the ownership, the transferability of the title and interest, and possession. Because at the end of the day, these are the three things. You have to have the ownership of the property, the person is transferring valid title to you, and you are able to possess. Because the possession is the end of it. If everything goes through the whole process without possession, you've not gotten anything yet.
Wow, the whole transaction, real estate transaction should begin with a lawyer and end with a lawyer. Even if I do not take anything, I'm not going to forget that line in a hurry. Yeah, very big thank you to you. Peace.
My pleasure.
No, pronounce the other name.
Anamnese.
Anamnese. That's it. Now, where are you from?
I'm from Anambra, married to Imo man.
Okay. So full-blooded Igbo. Yes. So this is just Africa. This is where we do Africa. So you're going to speak to your audience.
All right.
In Igbo language. Yes. You will speak. Yes. That part is the one we don't send to you when we are communicating, exchanging messages. So you're going to greet your fans, you're going to the viewers in the Igbo language. I don't know if you're going to speak the Anambra Igbo or you're going to speak the Igbo, but you're going to tell them to keep watching SOUQ News, and of course they should subscribe to the Just Africa show. Over to you. Igbo.
Ndị bai ekene m unu. Ama m nụ na anụgo ihe niile anyị kwuru n'ebe a. Biko, tupu ị go ụlọ maọbụ anị, kabarụ ka ị nweta onye ọkaikpe nke a na-akpọ lọya. Oke, gaa nọ na wee mee ka ị wee nweta ebe obibi gị nke ọma. Ọya, ehihie ọma.
Well, there are Igbo people that are listening, so they'll be able to confirm if that was correct.
Yes, I'm sure.
No, but I'm sure that was very correct. Thank you very much for coming on the show. Yes. We really appreciate it, and I hope that when we call on you next time, you'll be available to join us again.
Very well, thank you. And I would also like to share the links for my books. So because I've written quite lots of books in the real estate sector. One is reimagining real estate sector in the contemporary Nigerian market. Okay. And then women in real estate sector, challenges, opportunities, and way forward. Yeah. And then the current one that is coming up, due diligence, land documentation in Nigeria. That one, we are going to make it public by end of March. Oh, okay. So we are trying to pull some real estate decided cases in court to put it together so that people will be able to see what we are talking about. And then with this one, we have the winning client, how you can win client, not just because you want to sell, but selling based on the legal understanding. You can market, most marketers, they market properties that they don't know the title. Yeah. They cannot tell the difference. So you need to be someone who will be able to win clients with integrity. There must be clear representation, because it's an issue in court, misrepresentation of fact. If I buy a property because you said the property will have a swimming pool and it doesn't have swimming pool, it's a misrepresentation of fact. So I can sue you because I bought based on what you told me. So winning clients, take care of that, okay? And
yes, I think every one of us should go for those books because they're very, very good. I love the titles anyway. The winning client especially. Of course, it's going to give everyone a very deep knowledge about what you're buying. So we'll go on this quick break, and when we return, we'll go straight to the second segment of Just Africa. Once again, thank you, please, for coming on the show. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. This go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, waiting really happen.
Then you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk that bar road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse. We dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw eco-tourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards agro-processing and resilience-based farming as climatic issues worsen. Malawi is unique not because of what it lacks, but rather because of how it uses what it has, transforming its communal strength and natural resources into a gradual but steady force for growth. I am Laura, and this is Just Africa.
Nigeria occupies a 18th position on the World Coconut Production Index and produced about 225,526 metric tons of coconut in 2021, according to data from the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO. Lagos, which produces half of the output, has doubled production from 70,000 tons to 140,000 tons in 2 to 3 decades to meet the demand. The number of registered coconut processors in Lagos State jumped from 500 to 3,000 in 5 years, 2024, according to the farmers. The chairman and founder of First African Coconut Company Limited, Mr. John Bede Antonio, has said that lifestyle and healthy living are fueling a huge demand for coconut products locally and globally. Antonio noted that the huge demand has spurred investments across the value chain as farmers were growing more coconuts to meet the rising demand. He added that Lagos State was also promoting support in the form of seedlings and training of new entrants of farmers. Coconut farmers were now replacing old trees with hybrid seedlings that brought fruits quicker. Coconut has numerous uses. It serves as a raw material for industries such as pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, food and beverage with limitless domestic and export potential. The most sought after component of the fruit is coconut water, which is very rich in potassium and other electrolytes. It is considered a health drink and recommended for diabetes patients, among others. It is grown in 22 of Nigeria's 36 states, with Lagos having the largest population. The use of coconut oil and other derivatives is growing daily. owing to benefits, according to Mr. Olakunlehin Oladapo, General Manager of Lagos State Coconut Development Authority. According to him, this is driving local production of coconuts, with more people coming into the cultivation, processing, and marketing of the cash crop across the major growing states. Oladapo stated that despite the production increase, the state was still unable to meet the demand likely covered by imports from neighboring countries. Increasing demand is driving new investments into the production and processing of coconuts in the country, so says Idowu Agbelekale, the National Financial Secretary of the National Cocoa Producers, Processors and Marketing Association of Nigeria. She explained that entrepreneurs were already exporting some of the byproducts of the crop on a small scale. Agbelekale called on the government to assist in boosting the production of the crop to enable it to earn foreign exchange for the country, saying that Nigeria was yet to fully harness the economic benefits from growing the crop despite its huge potential. Also, the Lagos State government was helping farmers to get improved seedlings as it planned to stay ahead in growing the coconut, in growing the commodity in the country, while creating jobs and boosting supply for processors. Coir, the fiber from coconut husk, is used in making ropes, rugs, mats, brushes, caulking for boats, and stuffing for fiber mattresses. The fronds, the leaves, are used for brooms, cooking squares, woven into mats, or burnt to ash to yield lime. Husk and shells are a source of charcoal and can be used for fuel. Ms. Chune Chukwu, an accountant with a manufacturing firm in Ikeja, told me that she started using coconut oil on her hair in 2022 owing to its health benefits and has not applied any other oil to her hair since then. The increased demand is being felt across industries that use it as raw materials, suggesting that the price will continue to surge according to experts. The prices of coconut has increased by over 100% from an average of 250 naira in January 2024 to an average of 500 naira for a small size currently, according to our survey. There is hope in the coconut. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News.
A unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving, with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyenei, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to government to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to, through the Federal Mortgage Bank, to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the U.S. to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
When conversations around figures, I mean money, flies around, serious-minded and business-conscious people will at every point open their eyes, because business ideas and opportunities can come up even at a bar. But for us, we are bringing you business ideas to your doorstep. And today I am saying welcome to Cashcraft, where we share with you tips on making money. We dig into the ordinary things around us, things we pass by daily, never knowing they could be our next income stream. My name is Grace Komolafe, and today we are stepping into the world of charcoal. Not the one you fan under your suya or barbecue, but the one that's quietly building millionaires, fueling export earnings, and heated up markets from Lagos to places like Nairobi. In the smoky corners of rural villages, behind the crackles of burning dogs, lies a black treasure, charcoal. It may not glitter, but don't be fooled. Charcoal is hot business, literally and financially. Now, before you turn up your eyes thinking it's dirty work for tired farmers, I want you to pay a close attention, because this is business, not bush talk. Charcoal is made by carbonizing wood, burning it slowly in a low oxygen environment to remove moisture and volatile compounds, leaving behind a high carbon energy packed fuel. It's used in households, restaurants, bakeries, foundries, and exported in tons out of Africa to Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Straight to the numbers, according to data from the International Trade Center, Nigeria exports over 400,000 tons of charcoal annually. That's millions of dollars flowing into an industry that, up until now, barely makes the headlines. Charcoal ranks among Nigeria's top 10 non-oil export commodities, and guess what? The market is growing, especially with the rise in demand for natural and organic heating fuel abroad. But how can you, yes you, tap into this business? So here are tips from top to bottom. Step 1, know your entry points. The charcoal business is wild. You can be a producer, cutting and burning the wood, a distributor, buying from villages and selling to cities, or a transporter, a retailer, or even go big as an exporter. If you want to go into production, you will need access to hardwood species like acacia.
Okay, welcome back to the second segment of Just Africa. And of course, you can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show on our YouTube channel. So millions of young people are speaking up, organizing, innovating, and refusing to be spectators in their own future. From community projects to social movements, from local councils to digital platforms, African youth are stepping into civic life, not waiting for permission. Because when young people are engaged, communities grow stronger. So when their voices are ignored, frustration grows louder. So when civic engagement is intentional, inclusive, and well-supported, it doesn't just build leaders, it builds nations. You see? So this episode of Just Africa features Babalola Ayola. So he is a journalist and a public affairs analyst. And he's with me in the studio. Welcome, Babalola.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes. So being a journalist and a public affairs analyst, so how do you see youth engagement in our today's society? Because most time people say, yes, the African continent is the youngest. They have a very vibrant set of youths that are ready to work. But do you really see that the youth are being engaged enough? Are their voices heard?
Well, I would say that, as you rightly mentioned, we have a very significant youth population. As pertaining to their engagement, one would rate it as fair. We have young people coming into politics, and this is a trend that started in, not just in 2023, before then, but it was very pronounced in 2023, and we've sort of maintained that energy in some regards, even though you would say that many youths were disappointed with the results of the 2023 general elections. But of course, there's been participation increased, youth participation in politics. We have more youths registering to be members of political parties. Yeah. And we also have political parties that are particularly, placing youth at the helms of their affairs and ensuring that they give enough opportunities and create platform for youths to come and discuss their own ideas. I'm speaking about the African Action Congress, whose top brass is basically populated by young people from Oyo State to the capital in Abuja to here in Lagos. Young people, some under 30, some under 35, being chairmen, state chairmen of political parties, national officers of political party. On the general scene, regarding social engagements, we've also seen that the Nigerian youths have taken charge of the conversation online and offline. Yeah. They are driving the kind of talks that we have in our social and political space. So, generally, this is something we've always wanted to see. Youth engagement or youth taking charge in that sense is not something that's going to come very in an abrupt way that most people think, because for it to be a society, right, the elders have to be there, the young people have to be there, and there's there has to be some sort of transitional framework, from the elders to the youth. And the way it happens is by youths stepping in a gradual process to some of these spaces. But using Nigeria as a case study, many youth still feel left behind. They still feel our voices are not heard. Like you rightly said, for a society, for a place to be called a society, they are supposed to, of course, the elderly ones there, the youth and the younger ones, but the youth right now, like the saying goes, the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. Do you really think, with the kind of leadership that we have in Africa, the Uganda president is how many years old? He's in his 90s. He's in his 90s, yeah. You get. So now, if you look at African countries, our presidents, our leaders are in their 70s, in their 80s. Uganda having a 90 years old president. Do you really think that the youth are really the leaders of tomorrow? Do you see them becoming the leaders of tomorrow? The question of youths being leaders of tomorrow obscures the real challenge that's in the governance space in Africa. Take, for instance, the current crop of leaders that we have in Nigeria, and just as you mentioned, Uganda. This is a class thing, not the elders versus the youth thing. So we have a class of people represented by the political elites who are in charge of the society, in charge of governance, and have done everything to maintain their grip on power to protect the interest of their class. So the youth has to find its bearing, you know. They have to recognize themselves as members of the working class, members of the class that has been impoverished, you know, by the decisions of the elite class. Not necessarily as, you know, a demography, as age per se, if you get what I'm trying to say. So we have to build sort of a broad class base to challenge the domination of the political class, the elite class. It is this challenge against this rule that can open up spaces for young people as mobilizers, as the agile and the young, you know, in the working class. It can open up spaces for them to then take up leadership positions.
Where can the youth start from?
Well, we've already started.
Because looking at the political parties, it is not going to be easy for the youth to break in, whether they're non-political parties or not. It is not going to be easy. So where do you think they need to start from, taking up leadership roles?
Again, we've already started. It's not cut in stone, you know, but we already have people contributing to conversations. We have young people joining political parties. We have young people taking up, just take for instance, organizations like SOUQ, like Association of Nurses and Midwives. We have young people who are new in the profession, positioning themselves, right, to be voices of reckon in these spaces, to sort of challenge the status quo and build rapport for a new order. But again, it goes back to our political engagement, our enlightenment, our own commitment to deepening our social understanding of the issues that confront us, right? And our ability to build a broad base. I don't think that from the NSAS till the 2023 election and up until now, we've not per se had a youth organization, popular youth organization or movement born out of those struggles or those experiences. This is because some of us young people are also very guilty of the things that we accuse the elders, you know, of. We are closed-minded, we are not open to debates, we are arrogant, you know, and all of these factors are just there. We cannot even collaborate, you know, within ourselves to have a united front or a united position. And we also have the issue of inducements. We have members of the political and elite class who continually find collaborators among young people. You know, so they induce them with money. Some of them, they give them special assistance.
So you feel that the youth have sold their conscience?
No, I don't think the youth have sold their conscience in that way. I'm just saying that these are some of the things that have hindered us, you know, really building a broad base that is youthful in that sense.
Now, if the youth cannot build a very good system right now on their own, looking at the way the leaders, the current leaders are, because they always say that your followers tend to follow your steps. You keep doing this, the youth are doing this, then how do we have a sane society? If the leaders are passing on what they are passing on to the current youth, when these will now become leaders, what will they pass to the next generation?
I think it was Fanon who said that every generation must discover its purpose, you know, whether to fulfill or to betray. It's paraphrasing now. So the youth class or the youth demography, as you see, is a reflection of the general socio-cultural space that we have in the country. It's not like Nigerian youths were imported. You know, we were born into the Nigerian culture, raised and groomed into the Nigerian culture. So, per se, it's that we'll definitely have traits of our elders amongst us, you know, but the onus lies on us to re-philosophize our society, as I often say, to look at what is going wrong, to deepen our understanding and education about these things, and consider it a generational duty to find lasting solutions to the challenges that currently face us.
I like that, because the challenges are so much. So I was going through the internet and I saw when I mean they were setting blows and they were fighting seriously. And the people were like, the father didn't raise him well. Although I'm the last person that will blame a parent for raising a child. But the community where I grew up, that can't happen back then. The youth leaders would have looked for that boy, tie him to a tree or to a pole and beat the living daylight out of that boy. That was the role the youth were playing back in the days in my own community. They were always out there protecting the younger ones. But these days, it is no longer like that. Would you say it is as a result of social media, or what decadence of culture, or what do you think is actually affecting youth leadership within their peers?
I'll begin by saying that I do have experience of what you just mentioned, of youth leaders coming together to straighten up deviant children or teenagers, or who are rebellious in that sense. And I do have my own perspective about it, given that some of these things are done in a way that's also abusive, just as you have said, tying up children to beat the living daylight out of them. These are not methods that have, really been proven to work. And we can say that because we see that it has been practiced over time in our society, but it still doesn't deter this kind of behaviors. But going back to the larger point is that the current capitalist system that we practice, or that we are aiming to further entrench in our society, thrives on the breakdown of social and community structures. We have an economic system that does not prioritize communal living. People have to go out to hustle their eyes out to be able to, barely make ends meet. And this tells on how the family has largely been degraded over the years. It also tells in how our community and communal practices have been sort of degraded as well over the years. So I think that there is more to this, aside from social media or youthful exuberance in that sense. I think we should look at our economy. We should look at our social practices. We have politicians who are making fun of civil servants, mocking them really, because they are not making enough money to compete with them in the so-called luxury that they are able to purchase for their flamboyant living.
Okay, so what do we need to do to encourage that lifestyle? Because if the advent of social media is not helping in building a sane society, do you think it is something that should still be encouraged? Or what do you think we need to do to encourage or to bring back the communal lifestyle that I could look after your child when you're not home? You could discipline my child when my child misbehaves. It's not so anymore, like you said.
Yes.
So what do we need to do? Because these are supposed to be done by youth, actually, not just the elderly. What do we need to do to bring back that life?
Again, it's all connected, quite deeply connected, because you're talking about the kind of social system that we practice. You're talking about the relationship of the middle class and the lower class with the forces of production in that sense. You are looking at how do we want to treat workers? Do we want them to have lives outside of work? Do we want them to be able, to provide communal and emotional support for their families and neighbors? We have many organizations in Nigeria who, against labor laws, engage their staffs beyond weekdays, beyond normal working hours, many without paid benefits, without health care, without pension or salary, retirement benefits. So all of these things are connected together. In a society where people have to go all out to ensure that they do not suffer, other things will suffer for it, such as the communal bonds and all of these things that we are talking about. So we have to look at re-empowering our people to be able to chase the life that we want. This life that we want has to be created. The life where the parents are at home, the family is together, the community is together. These are the things we sacrifice in pursuit of that escape from the poverty that will befall us if we don't actually run for our lives. So we want to look at all of these things together. We also want to look at our social orientation. We want to look at the desensitization of our people from the socio-cultural and political consequences of our economic lifestyle. We are currently at a moment of reckoning in our national conversation space where people are challenging mainstream narratives about our worship of money. How do we see money? Is everything about money? You know, our friends from Namibia have also renamed us Abegistan on social media, you know, just caricaturing our culture of making everything revolve around money. So we have to discuss the socio-political consequences of our practices, of our relationship with the economy, our relationship with money, our relationship with work. How do we dignify labor? You know, do we allow people to find joy and fulfillment in labor? You know, we live in a space where people laugh at civil servants. Even popular musicians or celebrities, politicians, everybody will buy an imported car and say that civil servant no fit buy this one, or civil service money no fit buy this one.
If you're a civil servant,
so are you now saying that the civil servant who closes by 5 p.m. and is back home to the family should not source for other means? You know, if the narratives going on all around is that their lives will not be enough, they will be in perpetual inadequacy if they don't go all out of their way to pursue wealth and luxury. So I think we have to view all those things together as they are connected, you know, talking about delivering good life for our people economically, socially, and of course, you know, sort of a cultural work in how we view these things and how we relate with them.
Yeah, I'll come back to where you talked about worshiping money. But before then, you talked about people going all out. So before they come back home, that time where you have to bond and teach your children may not be there. Now, my question is, does this happen just in the urban area, or it also happens in the rural areas?
Well, it's very paramount in the urban areas, especially if you live here in Lagos, where maybe you work on the island, you live on the mainland, and there is a whole, you know, traffic that you have to cross going back home. Even if you close by 5 or 6, you don't get home until 8:30, 9, and maybe your kids are asleep when you get home. Again, this is sort of like a gap in the planning of development, right? Because our leaders have not really considered, again, the cultural implications, the implications of their ideas on our communal life and our culture as we know it. So it's also extending largely to the rural areas, because the rural areas used to be sort of subsistently maintained because of their relationship with their environment. You know, we have subsistence farming, we have petty trading, we have all of these things. But in the name of civilization, in quotes, the expansion of urbanization into these areas is degrading the communal life, right, in ways that the promised benefits of the civilization are not able to quickly remedy it. And I'll cite instance, there are places where people can no longer access daily agricultural jobs like they used to, say, 10, 15 years ago. You know, we have expansion of factories who, by the way, hire expatriates, and even when they want to hire locals, because of the large rate of unemployment and the abundance of cheap labor, they hire the best of the best from the urban centers, urban areas, then relocate them to the rural area. So it's leaving the rural people out of jobs. They are not able to also keep up with the expenses that maintains their life. You know, fuel, electricity, all of these things are deeply connected, all the while the civilization is degrading their communal life that sustains them from the shock of the absence of these things. So, yeah, I think it's paramount in the urban area. It's extending to the rural areas without really having, you know, an alternative to not make the impact very obvious.
Yeah, like I said, I will bring you back to worship and money. Now, I have seen that the government doesn't even question youth, young people, how they make their money. And even on social media or the mainstream now tells you that if you do not question me while I am suffering, where I got poverty from, you should do to question me how I spend my money or how I made my money. Now, that is a trend that is going on. Those in power has, you know, they live a certain kind of life that they not questioned. So the youth have decided, okay, if I can afford it, I should also flaunt it. Now, if you're not questioning a youth, a secondary school graduate, where you got your money from, how do you have a society whereby people can be held accountable on how they spend and how they make certain money?
Well, as you said, it's the people in power, and this is very fundamental because the culture of every society is set by the elite class. You know, they are the ones with real social power and political power to determine what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. This is something that falls squarely on our political class, and many of them, I don't want to mention names, but many of them cannot explain the source of their wealth. Yeah. Especially in this All Progressives Congress administration or regime since 2015, we have people with questionable character. With baggages of corruption cases and allegations hanging all around their neck, who are still being able to access the highest levels of power in this country. So the leaders are not accountable. We have a president who doesn't really care about destroying the very fabric of this country's democracy.
You think so?
Yes,
I think he actually
to achieve political outcomes. It is very obvious, you know, to everybody that what happened in, and I'm sorry to just deviate into this, I just want to make my point. Look at what happened in Rivers State. The president suspended a sitting governor as against constitutional provisions to bring about a political outcome. You know, this is clear lack of accountability. Look at what is happening with the tax bill. It was clear. The minority caucus in the House of Representatives said, look, it was clear that the bill that we passed here is different from what some people tried to gazette on behalf of the president. The president and the Senate president, due to the party relationship between them, have tried to sweep this under the carpet and say, oh, okay, we will go back and re-gazette what was passed in the National Assembly. But the truth is that nobody is going to face any sort of consequence for this national embarrassment of treasonable proportions, by the way. So we have an elite class that believes that anything goes. They can get away with anything. So it's the same culture that has now trickled down to the youth, to people with petty authorities, with delegated authorities, the policemen, you know, they kill, policemen will tell you, I'll kill you and nothing will happen. So it is this same culture that has trickled down. Civil servants will tell you that they would you know, block you from whatever you are trying to achieve in their offices or ministries, and nothing will happen. I could even cite a personal example. There was a time I had issues with an institution in this country, and the leader of that institution was asking me to go to court. And he said, by the time we finish from the High Court, go to the Appeal Court, to the Supreme Court, it might not even be in that position again. And we'll see whose time will be wasted. These are people who are capitalizing on the deficiency of our institutions to make lives difficult for the common man. Because, of course, nothing will happen. So this culture of lack of accountability is not something that really falls on the shoulder of, you know, the Nigerian youth or the Yahoo boy. Okay. Not you know, not like saying they are not responsible for their actions, but I'm saying it is the elite who set the culture of what is acceptable and what is not.
But I believe that the youth can actually do different somehow in a way. But for time factor, your final word for the youth that is watching out there, how would you can tell them how they can support their little community to help that community develop?
Well, I've always said that young people should get on the streets. They should get more involved in their community. They should solidarize with other young people, join political parties, join youth fronts. Never run away from debates. Deepen your understanding, deepen your education about social issues. You know, give your opinions. Let people criticize your opinions. Criticize other people's opinions, and don't let it lead into political hatred. Like you know what we saw in 2023, where people were practically going after themselves on behalf of.
It doesn't have to go.
It doesn't have to go that way. So we have to come back and, you know, sort of build an engagement culture that prioritizes actually solving our problems rather than, you know, putting ourselves in camps.
Thank you very much, Ayola, for coming on today's show. And I hope you will be available next time.
We'll see.
Yes, a very big thank you to you. Now, the thing is, Africa's future won't be built in silence or on the sidelines. It will be shaped by young people who show up, speak up, and stay engaged, not just during elections, but in everyday community life. Just as our guest says, civic engagement isn't noise, it's nation building in motion. When youth are trusted, equipped, and included, communities don't just grow, they transform. So the question now isn't whether young Africans are ready to lead, but whether our systems are ready to listen. So until next time, this is Just Africa, where the continent's future is not just discussed, but imagined and demanded. I am Omevi Idolo. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to the Just Africa show. Thank you for watching.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors awe at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Plastic waste is a mounting crisis, but it also presents an opportunity for business and government to lead the vanguard for systemic change. While regulations, corporate initiatives, and citizens' engagement have made progress, much more is needed in how businesses shape consumer behavior, how governments enforce environmental policies beyond rhetoric, and how public perception is managed through strategic communication. For decades, Nigeria's reliance on single-use plastic sachets, bags, and food packaging has grown, driven by affordability and convenience. However, this has come with a cost. The country generates an estimated 2.5 million tons of plastic wastes annually, with only about 12% recycled. In urban centers like Lagos, Abuja, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, waste is a leading contributor to clogged drainage systems, flooding, and environmental degradation. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye examines the challenges facing efforts to tackle the menace of plastic wastes in the country. Despite past government efforts to curb indiscriminate plastic use, such as Lagos environmental sanitation laws under former Governor Babatunde Fashola, enforcements have been inconsistent. The challenge now is moving beyond periodic government crackdowns and isolated corporate initiatives to a coordinated long-term shift towards a responsible plastic use, recycling, and waste management. Leading Nigerian manufacturing companies are taking active steps to integrate recycling and responsible disposal into their operations. Key initiatives include investing in recycling hubs, with Coca-Cola of Nigeria, Nestle, and Guinness setting up plastic recovery and recycling hubs, creating an ecosystem where post-consumer waste is collected, processed, and refused. Retailers and distributors are being encouraged and in some cases incentivized to set up collection points where consumers can return used packaging for responsible disposal. There is also brand-driven consumer education. Organizations have introduced citizen advocacy campaigns to influence individual waste disposal behavior. This kind of messaging, when amplified by large brands, can have a ripple effect in shifting cultural habits. Beyond environmental responsibility, investing in circular economy models enhances long-term profitability, strengthens brand equity, and aligns with global environmental, social, and governance standards. To effectively shape consumer behavior and stakeholders' engagement, businesses must leverage communication strategies that go beyond compliance reports. Employees should be active participants participants in sustainability efforts. Companies can integrate sustainability training, incentivize waste reduction, and implement office-wide plastic reduction policies, engaging suppliers, investors, and partners in sustainability commitments such as reducing excessive packaging or co-investing in recycling solutions to create an ecosystem-wide impact. Mass communication campaigns, social influencers, partnerships, and media collaborations can help educate consumers on practical steps for responsible plastic use and disposal. While Nigeria has engaged in international climate and sustainability conversations, the government must go beyond policy declarations and foreign aid incentives. The priority should be local, long-term economic and health benefit, rather than reactivate bans that are often poorly enforced. The government can provide tax incentives for businesses, investing in recycling infrastructure while enforcing stricter regulations on reduction and disposal, expanding waste management facilities, establishing more government-led recycling centers, and integrating waste picker into a formalized economy can improve efficiency and create jobs. The administration of Governor Babatunde Fashola demonstrated that when the government takes waste disposal seriously with clear penalties for violations, citizens pay attention. The government must invest and consistently engage public education on the economic and health impact of plastic waste. A cleaner environment leads to a lower public health costs, fewer disease outbreaks, and increased workers' productivity due to better air quality and more usable public spaces. The Nigerian plastic waste problem is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic and reputational challenge for businesses and a government issue for policymakers. By adopting strategic communications, businesses can shift consumer behavior, governments can enhance enforcement, and citizens can embrace a cleaner and more sustainable future.
I'm from Akwa Ibom State, Eke local government precisely. My primary school at Akwa Ibom Church Primary School, so young Eket, where I grew up in the early 70s. I moved into government secondary school at Eket. I finished my school set in 1981. It was a jolly good experience. Before I moved over to Lagos, where I did my higher school, Federal School of Art and Science, Victoria Island, and from where I took my JAM, then I got admission to study English and literary studies in the great University of Calabar. Growing up was fun, education was fun. We enjoyed the bits of life all we went through there, from primary to secondary school, the dormitory lives, my friends, my colleagues. Coming over to Lagos was quite an experience. My first time in Lagos, arriving after a tortuous journey back then. Went over to VI, studied along with some blue chip children, Federal School of Art and Science then, as it was called, just where you have the law school now. It was quite an experience. And back to University of Calabar, we had quite a drill, the studies of English language and literature. I happen to have specialized in literature, where we did a thorough work on all the spheres of literature, the landscape of literature. We almost exhausted it with key professors and lecturers talking about Afro-American literature, Caribbean literature, South African literature, Russian literature, literature of social protest. Then we come back to African literature, where we explored the whole landscape. African literature, African drama, African prose, and storytelling, folk tales, and trickster stories. It was a huge experience that changed my life. And coming over here, finished our youth service, did my youth service in Imo State then. We had respect as corporate. We were well treated. And came over back to Lagos, looking for work in Lagos, 1988, 89. We started a magazine in Lagos here. We call it the Hits magazine. It was tailored after the Right On magazine. It was a music magazine. We started that stuff in Lagos here, and then we couldn't sustain it because of the finances. Luckily for me, I was able to run, got a job with the bank, and then I started a marketing aspect for the bank. From the bank, the merchant bank, when the bank went under, I decided to go solo. That brought me to the book industry. I have always have this passion for books, right from my primary school to my secondary school. My mom was a teacher, a successful teacher. We were encouraged to read books. We used to hide ourselves in the libraries, my local government libraries. So when I got admitted to the University of Calabar, all our long vacations, we were always found in the library. Of course, there was no GSM then. The library was our contact space, where we go to the libraries to get information about when the school is going to resume, because apart from news, radio and all that, you may not know when the school is going to resume. But when you meet with your friends, you know, in the library there, we meet with some other undergraduates, Uniben, SOUQ, Ife, some of our friends who were studying there, who came home for long vacations. We interact with them, and before you know it, we hear, you people are going to resume this, that, and that's how my passion for books get strengthened. When we resume schools, we exchange novels. We look for novels to read. We look for African writers series. We look for Headley Chase. We look for exotic books. We started collecting books. When we finished reading, we shared the books to our friends. We talked about the books, and from there we were able to explore the world. We sat down in the library and we knew what was happening in the apartheid South Africa. I did so much about the history of South Africa. I read about the Zulu aftermath. I read about the Mau Mau Wars, the challenge of colonialism, the pro-colonial times. I had a good teacher who taught me history in the secondary school, Miss Tooten. He did a yeoman's job. He led us through the whole spectrum of West African history. West African history by Adekunle Aromolaran. We talked about the Oyo Empire, Songhai Empire, Timbuktu, the Great Mali Empire. You know, all these things stir up our curiosities. And since then, we never departed from books. We have worked in close association with the Institute of Public Analysts of Nigeria, IPAN. These are people that do analysis for products, water analysis, analysis of waste and effluent, radioactive activity, food and drug analysis. We have worked with quality control experts across the industries. We have worked with establishments where they do root crop research. We have worked with the pharmaceutical research industries, medical research bodies, malaria research establishments, cancer research establishment. These people look for us for specialized information in the management of special disease and treatment in oncology, people in the area of traditional medicine, alternative medicine, natural medicine. They look for it. We are partnering with the Nigerian Institute of Science and Technology, Institute of Natural Medicine in Victoria Island, to work with them in the area of the development of herbal medicines in Nigeria. We have books we partner with them to promote. You see, medicinal plants from eastern Nigeria, medicinal plants from the northeast, medicinal plants from the southwest, medicinal plants from the south-south. We market these books for people who want to know. No, we are working now on the production in partnership with relevant institute of the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. We know about the British pharmacopoeia. We know about the American pharmacopoeia, the Japanese pharmacopoeia, and herbology. We are working towards having the Nigerian pharmacopoeia. This is going to be a compendium of materials that talks about medicinal plants of value, medicinal plants that have healing properties. We are working with specialists, pharmacognosy, phytochemists, and by God's grace, this is going to come into fruition. We partner with the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and all kinds of health bodies that we can't even mention. So many of them invite us for their annual conferences, which is rotated across different states in different years across the nation. So we've traveled, and in most of these conferences, you have experts, deans of faculties, heads of departments that reach out to us with informations in books and journals that are relevant for their students and for their practitioners. We don't only market reference books and textbooks in all fields of study, all fields of human endeavor. We also market relevant journals, research journals, peer-reviewed journals in sociology, in psychology, in law, research journals in oncology, in public health, community medicine, in nursing, research journals in nutrition and dietetics, food science, international relations. We partner with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs in Victoria Island. We have key journals in world affairs, African affairs, and these journals will help them to distribute to all relevant establishments and departments that need it. So it has been a great job, very taxing and exciting. Each book added a new spectrum of learning and knowledge for us. When we got into literature and poetry, we explore a whole lot. When we went into American history, the black history, we read about the nation of Islam. We read about Elijah Muhammad. We knew the struggle they had to go through, racism and all that stuff. And it really inspired us to see what we can do to add value to knowledge. And it has brought us this far. So it's been passion, not really born out of the money and whatever. Of course, when you have value to present, you'll be appreciated in many ways. We have had sundry appreciations from establishments, from institutes across West Africa and beyond. You know, we partner with international publishers all over the world to source cutting-edge materials for our clients. We take pains to go through a lot of materials that come in here. Whether there are new materials or whether there are new, we believe that when you are doing research, it is what is called cross-cultural research. You start from the past and then come to the present. Research in any field, what happened before, where we were before and where we are now, and then we'll look forward. So we have a lot of materials for our clients, and we are on an endless journey of search. When we started this business, we came face to face with HIV. We go after books on HIV and AIDS. We got them across to our clients and our readers. As we went further, Ebola came, and we sourced for materials for medical virologists. It's a virus. Clinical virology, we gave the books to them, and they were very happy. We got the materials. We did what is called public health awareness to get people assured that these things are preventable. That is not the end of life. You see, when you have the information, you have the confidence to practice, you are not scared of whatever. Whatever is coming in probably had happened before. All we need is for new information to combat the emerging diseases. There are journals that deal with emerging infectious diseases. We provide these materials for practitioners, and it has served the purpose over the years. The secret of my success has been the impartation of specialist knowledge, tertiary knowledge for professionals. You know, education and learning is a lifelong journey. People talk about continuous professional development. For instance, in the media world and the real estate world, we have partnered with people who are doing media studies, you know, the print media, the electronic media, mass communication as a whole. We have provided a lot of materials for them. So now we have specialists in the media, we have special editors, screenwriters, short story writers, photojournalists, you know, and we provide them these materials. In the real estate world, we have attended conferences of real estate practitioners, providing cutting-edge materials for them in real estate developments, information technology, property development, property law. All these materials assist them in the practice of real estate. We have gone far more. We work with people, the QS, quantity surveyors, town planners, environmental managers, people who do environmental audits, environmental impact assessments, you know, space planning. We work with them, you know. And these materials we get from all across the world. If you are practicing in this area and you need materials to improve your services and the value you are creating, you will need us. We have a whole list of experts in different fields that reach us when they have challenges, when they have need for special information to solve specific problems. They reach out to us. They call, yeah, a bookman, all range. We need books in this area. For instance, we had a former Minister of Health, that great woman, Gonja Iwala. She will always call us, look, all range, we need books on international economics. And we used to give her books on international economics. And many other experts like that. We have books for people who are doing radioactive interventions, people who are doing environmental management, people who are doing analysis, food analysts, all over the spectrum. We provide books for them. Food engineering, we give them books on food contaminants, food additives. These are not books to just go to anywhere and get. We have been able to interface with them, Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Reading has a tremendous impact on influence on human life. It helps you to appreciate issues, ideas, views, and opinion. It makes you an active participant in intellectual discourse and in intellectual environment. You are not ignorant of what is happening around you. It makes you a leader. Yes, not all readers are leaders, but most impactful leaders are readers. Books will change you. Books will empower you. Books will give you self-confidence. When I sit down with architects and I'm discussing, I talked about landscape architecture. I talked about interior design. They begin to wonder whether I studied architecture. Then I started talking with oncologists, gynecologists, maybe gynecological oncologists. They think that maybe I studied medicine. I didn't do no medicine. I've been able to read some books, interface with them. I have attended their workshops, so many, and I've read their books. Some books that come to me, I try to go through the introduction and the preface. I try to. Books in all areas. You understand? I was looking at a book on anesthesiology, and I found out that no serious surgery could be carried out without an anesthetist. Surgical intervention, is it abdominal surgery? Is it cancer, oncology? You need a professional. These are people that manage the airways. When the patient has been numbed with drugs for the intervention, the surgical experience, maybe for 3, 4, 5 hours, there has to be a resuscitation. And this is the specialist area for anesthetists. Not all doctors can handle that. You are doing cesarean section. You are doing ENT surgery. You need them. So you have a team of doctors that will invariably handle a serious, for instance, at the orthopedic hospital, we want to do amputation. You have the plaster people, you have the hematologist, you have the anesthesiologist, then you have the surgeon, who is a very good orthopedic surgeon to handle amputation, whether it's amputation of the legs and all that, because they have to manage, the hematologist will manage the loss of blood, then the anesthetist, then the orthopedic nurse will be there. Then we have the theater nurse will be there. All of them well kitted for the operations. It will look as if they are going to travel to Mars. Safety procedures, management of spills, cleaning, and everything. Then rolling the patients to a special, maybe it's an amenity ward where they are going to keep the person to manage the post-operative procedures and all that. Of course, there are surgical experiences, the tests, the examination, the review, and all that before the real process. So these are not things we learned overnight. It has taken a process of time. And we got to know that, oh, this is how the deal is done. Great insurgents of e-materials, e-books, digital books, and of course, the World Wide Web. It has helped us to access materials easily. But you see, initially people were afraid that with the advent of the e-books and all that, that the textbooks, the physical books, will be phased out. But that is far from the truth. Libraries still get their core text and materials. They have the sections for the core text and materials and journals and serials. Then they have the section we call the digital libraries. Polytechnic libraries, university libraries across the countries, they have these sections. But my experience with these digital libraries has been the management of digital libraries, the power situation in Nigeria, and the maintenance culture. Most of the institutions that started with the e-library, they have always come back to complain that these materials, within a short spell of time, because of instability of power. You know, the computers and all the digital infrastructures, they need steady and standby power supplies. Most of them have acquired the solar systems to power these equipments, but truly speaking, it has not been sustainable. Sometimes we have some dubious students vandalize these facilities, and then people always have to fall back on books. With the smartphones now, students can get a lot of materials and all that, and they read. But I can tell you that people who are doing serious research, they come back to us for books. You are doing research, you have to do your references, your bibliography. You have to show evidence, materials you have read, both online and offline. You are doing your doctorate program, master's program, to whatever level. At the level we are now, we believe that we've added value to education, to training, and to teaching. Our next phase now, we're trying to see how we can give back to the society through our interface with like-minded NGOs. We are started our book cafe, all-range book cafe, where we invite people. It's a private library to come and read and study in a relaxed atmosphere, where you can come in and do your book reviews. If you're a writer, you come in and do your book reviews, review your textbooks. Going forward too, we also have our NGO, which we are working on, that borders on environmental management. We call it the Campaign for Sustainable Environment. This is a program we have been running the last 5 years. We are talking about global warming and climate change. We do environmental education.
traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in a school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent, I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped, because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished. As I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think that those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978, 79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. they were upgrading it. And Lagos was, should I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day. And NTE used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu. We'll go to Benin. We'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive. Hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex, or the female gender, to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. the ease of doing business in Nigeria. As an investor myself, a foreign investor, as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing, and it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally we take ownership of our country. The NOC civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. You know, Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youth and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And you know, with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, you won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future, and I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key, but it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life, let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, we know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid. It's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. I mean, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters, as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera, but they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise-shell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that, and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the Meneme people, who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the Meneme people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these Meneme people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities, and these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something, actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that played instilled something in my mind with this film industry.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olubide Shukra. Let's begin with today's top stories. Nigeria secures over $8 billion in offshore gas investment, reflecting confidence in sector reforms. Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria to close Lagos Airport Terminal 1 in March for rehabilitation, expansion, and improved passenger services. President Trump signs law extending African Growth and Opportunity Act through December 2026, retroactive to September 2025. United States of America to host more than 50 countries for talks to expand critical mineral access, countering China's global supply dominance. And in sport news, Arsenal reached Carabao Cup final with 1-0 win over Chelsea at Emirates after closely contested match. We'll bring you details in a moment. President Bola Tinubu on Monday said his administration has strengthened Nigeria's oil and gas sector, securing final investment decisions exceeding $8 billion in offshore gas development from global energy companies. He said the renewed investment inflows reflect growing confidence in the sector following regulatory clarity and fiscal reforms implemented by his government. The president, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, made the statement while declaring open the 9th Nigerian International Energy Summit at the banquet hall of the State House in Abuja. President Tinubu noted that reforms under the Petroleum Industry Act, improved governance, and a more predictable fiscal framework have helped reposition Nigeria as a competitive destination for long-term energy investment. He said the surge in gas-focused investment aligns with Nigeria's transition agenda, as gas is central to energy security, industrialization, and economic diversification. President Tinubu reaffirmed the government's commitment to sustain policy stability, attracting foreign capital, and leveraging Nigeria's vast gas resources to drive growth, jobs, and energy access. The federal government disbursed a total of 2.45 trillion naira to the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory (FCT) between March 2024 and August 2025, aimed at funding infrastructure development and security interventions. The allocations were intended to strengthen critical public services and address rising security challenges across the country. Records from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation show that funds were released over a 17-month period as part of ongoing efforts to close infrastructure gaps and improve state-level security capabilities. The disbursement reflects a continued focus on equitable resource distribution to subnational governments while ensuring accountability in spending. Officials noted that allocations would support road construction, healthcare, education, and security operations, with the ultimate goal of fostering economic growth and social stability at the state and local levels. The federal government has approved the digitization of the fish import licensing process, aiming to strengthen regulatory oversight and improve operational efficiency in the sector. The move is expected to streamline approvals, reduce bureaucratic delays, and enhance transparency in fish imports across Nigeria. Officials said the initiative will support the growth of local fish production by providing more reliable data for planning, monitoring, and policy implementation. By reducing reliance on paper-based systems, the government anticipates faster processing times and improved enforcement against illegal or unregulated import. The digitization aligns with broader efforts to modernize Nigeria's maritime economy, enhance food security, and boost domestic aquaculture. Stakeholders in fisheries and trade have welcomed the reform, noting that it could create a more predictable and investment-friendly environment while promoting sustainable local production. The House of Representatives have launched an investigation into concessioning and management of Nigeria's sea and airports to assess whether the arrangements have delivered value for money and contributed to economic growth. The probe covers activities from 2006 to 2025. Speaker Abbas Tajuddin, addressing the inaugural meeting at the ad hoc committee, said the House is committed to ensuring that concession of critical infrastructure achieves the intended outcomes. The committee will scrutinize the performance of operators at federal air and sea terminals and related shipping activities over the past 2 decades. The investigation aims to determine the financial and operational benefits accrued to the federal government, identify gaps in management, and propose measures to enhance efficiency and accountability in the management of key national infrastructure, including airports and seaports. The National Agricultural Development Fund, NDAF, has commenced validation of a harmonized fertilizer application manual aimed at improving crop productivity, safeguarding soil health, and promoting sustainable farming practices across Nigeria's agroecological zones. Speaking at the National Stakeholders Workshop on the validation exercise held on February 3, 2026 in Abuja, the Executive Secretary of the NADF, Mohammed Ibrahim, said the manual was developed after months of technical collaboration, research, and reviews involving relevant stakeholders across the agricultural value chain. Ibrahim explained that the workshop was designed to ensure the document is practical, farmer-friendly, and effective for end users, particularly smallholder farmers. He said the harmonized approach would help standardize fertilizer use, reduce misuse and environmental degradation, and support higher yields. Stakeholders at the workshop reviewed the application guidelines tailored to different crops and soil types with the aim of strengthening food security, improving farm incomes, and advancing sustainable agriculture nationwide. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has announced plans to close Terminal 1 at Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, in March as part of ongoing rehabilitation and expansion projects. The move is aimed at upgrading facilities, improving passenger experience, and enhancing operational efficiency at one of the country's busiest airports. FAN said alternative arrangements will be put in place to manage passenger flow and minimize disruptions, with travelers advised to check airline communications for updated flight information. The closure is expected to last several months, allowing for comprehensive repairs and modernization of terminal infrastructure. Officials said the project aligns with broader federal efforts to modernize aviation infrastructure nationwide, their safety standards, and accommodate growing passenger traffic, while positioning Lagos as a leading aviation hub in West Africa. Now, Nigeria is increasingly cited globally as an example of steady and credible reform leadership. The World Bank's Managing Director of Operations, Anna Bede, said on Tuesday. She made the remark during a meeting with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Vice President Kashim Shettima at the State House, Abuja. Bede said Nigeria's recent policy direction and reform efforts have strengthened international confidence, positioning the country as a reference point for reform-driven governance among emerging economies. She noted that the consistency and political commitment were key factors behind the growing global recognition. Present at the meeting were the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Wale Edu, and the Deputy Chief of Staff to the President, Ibrahim Hassan Hadejia. Discussion focused on sustaining macroeconomic stability, deepening structural reforms, and strengthening cooperations between Nigeria and the World Bank to support growth, investment, and development priorities. Still to come in the news, Russia could face a sharp drop in oil revenue if United States President Donald Trump succeeds in pressuring India to stop importing Russian crude. We'll bring you details of this after this break. Stay tuned.
Interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral, which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined, with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player in the global lithium market. Nigeria's vast lithium reserves, valued over $34 billion, is no doubt attracting world attention, while lithium factories are springing up in different parts of Nigeria already. The attention of the international mining industry is also focused on lithium because it is critical raw material material for the production of solar panels and electric vehicles. Analysts predict that global lithium market could grow robustly over the next decade, driven by the rapid adoption of electric vehicles and renewable energy technologies. Data from a global future market insight showed that the lithium mining industry has emerged as a cornerstone of the clean energy transition, driven by the skyrocketing demand for lithium-ion batteries. The surge in lithium demand is driven largely by the electric vehicles market, which accounted for over 70% of the global lithium consumption in 2024, according to an Iranian-based research firm. With countries such as the United States, China, and members of the European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, Boyfi, this POS matter don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alerts no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Then they use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Boyfi. They don't walk that road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Many thanks for staying with us. U.S. President Donald Trump on Tuesday signed a law extending a preferential trade program for African countries through December 31st, effectively retroactively from September 30, 2025, according to U.S. Trade Representative. The bill revives the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, after it expired in September, easing uncertainty for exporters across sub-Saharan Africa. U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer said his office would work with Congress this year to update the program with the aim of expanded market access for U.S. businesses, farmers, and ranchers. He said any revisions will be aligned with President Trump's America First trade policy, signaling potential changes to eligibility rules and product coverage. AGOA, first enacted in 2000, provides duty-free access to U.S. market for eligible African countries across more than 1,800 products. Its expiration had put hundreds of thousands of African jobs at risk, particularly in textiles, agriculture, and manufacturing. The extension offers temporary relief while long-term reforms are considered. Indonesia's financial regulator said the Indonesia Stock Exchange will release a draft of new market regulations on Wednesday as authorities move swiftly to calm investor concerns following a sharp market sell-off. The announcement comes after global index provider MSCI flagged governance and transparency issues that contributed to an estimated $80 billion equity market rollout last week. MSCI has warned that Indonesia could face a downgrade from emerging market to frontier market status, citing persistent problems around ownership structures and trading transparency. Such a reclassification and would risk major capital outflows given Indonesia's $1.4 trillion economy and its importance within global emerging market portfolios. Regulators said the proposed rules would address weaknesses in market oversight, disclosure standards, and trading practices. Analysts say swift regulatory action is critical to restoring confidence and avoiding further volatility. While investors welcome the move, many caution that credibility will depend on effective implementation and not just policy announcements. Russia could face a sharp drop in oil revenue if U.S. President Donald Trump succeeds in pressuring India to stop importing Russian crude, analysts and traders said, warning that the loss of Moscow's biggest buyer of seaborne export will severely disrupt its earning outlook. India has emerged as a critical outlet for Russian oil since Western sanctions reshaped global energy flows. President Trump said on Monday that a new trade deal slashing U.S. tariffs on Indian goods also includes provisions for New Delhi and halts to Russian oil imports. If enforced, analysts said Russia would be forced to redirect large volumes to alternative buyers at steeper discounts, significantly eroding export revenues despite steady global demand. Russia is the world's second largest oil exporter, but its bargaining power has weakened under sanctions linked to Ukraine war. Market participants say sustained pressure on India could intensify fiscal strain on Moscow and strengthen Washington's leverage as it pushes for a negotiated end to the conflict. Now, Australia's corporate regulator has warned that the country's $4.5 trillion pension fund industry to significantly increase investment in systems and technology to prepare for future growth and avoid operational failures. The Australian Securities and Investment Commission, ASIC, said weaknesses in digital infrastructure could expose the sector to serious risk as it expands its scale and complexity. ASIC Commissioner Simeon Constant said the super nation industry was on track to reach $6 trillion by 2030, making resilience, data integrity, and system reliability increasingly critical. She cautioned that outdated technology and underinvestment in core systems could leave funds vulnerable to disruption similar to those experienced in National Stock Exchange in recent years. The regulator urged pension fund trustees and managers to treat technology spending as essential, not optional, as member numbers, transactions, and regulatory expectations rise. Stronger systems, Constant said, would improve governance, reduce operational risk, and protect retirement savings while ensuring that industry can support Australia's long-term financial stability. Vietnam is willing to increase purchases of United States goods, particularly machinery and high-tech products, as it opened the sixth round of tariff negotiations in Washington this week. Trade Minister Lee Man-hung said on Wednesday the talks comes as both sides seek to rebalance trade ties amid rising global protectionism and pressure on supply chain. Hung said Vietnam sees expanded imports of advanced equipment and technology as critical to boosting productivity and supporting industrial upgrading. He met executives from major United States firms across the energy and technology sector, including Apple, Exxon, Mobil, GE, AES, and Accelerate Energy, according to a ministry statement. Officials said discussions focused on energy cooperation, technology investment, and deeper commercial engagement. Analysts say Vietnam's signals reflect a strategy to ease trade frictions, secure market access, and attract investment. The outcome of the talks could shape tariff levels, investment flows, and bilateral trade dynamics in the months ahead. South Korea's National Assembly has agreed to finalize legislation by March 9 to implement a major investment commitment to the United States, ruling and opposition parties said on Wednesday. The bill is a key requirement under a bilateral trade deal in Seoul, pledged large-scale investment to ease trade tensions with Washington. The move follows renewed pressure from United States President Donald Trump, who last week threatened to raise tariff on South Korean imports. President Trump cited delays in implementing an agreement under which South Korea committed to invest $350 billion in the United States across strategic sectors, including manufacturing, energy, and technology. Lawmakers said fast-tracking the bill was aimed at preserving stable trade relations and avoid punitive measures that could hurt South Korea's export-driven economy. Analysts say passage of legislation could reassure U.S. policymakers and investors while underscoring Seoul's willingness to align with Washington's economic priority amid rising global trade uncertainty. Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi may struggle to rein in rising government bond yields without Bank of Japan BOJ intervention, sources say, citing the high cost and risk, including triggering unwanted depreciation of the yen. Bond markets have reacted sharply to fiscal policies, raising concerns over debt sustainability. Last month, Japanese government bonds JBS fell steeply, setting turmoil global debt market. The seller followed Takaichi's call for a snap election and her pledge to suspend a food levy for 2 years, a move seen as potentially expanding fiscal spending amid Japan's already large debt burden. Market analysts warn that any large-scale intervention by the Bank of Japan could strain its balance sheet and uncertain currency market. Investors are closely watching policy signals, debt issuance plans, and election outcomes, as these factors will shape both domestic borrowing costs and broader financial market stability in Japan. Still to come in the news, Ukrainian and Russian negotiators begin a second round of U.S. broker talks in Abu Dhabi on Wednesday, aiming to advance efforts to end the war in Ukraine. This is World News on SOUQ News. We'll be right back after this break.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
We've got just what you need right here at FemiWatch Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. Talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Many thanks for staying with us on the World News. The United States will host more than 50 countries on Wednesday for talks aimed at expanding access to critical minerals as Washington intensifies efforts to reduce China's dominance over key industrial inputs that underpin global supply chains. U.S. officials say the initiative is designed to strengthen cooperation among producers, processors, and consumers of strategic mineral essential for energy, defense, and advanced manufacturing. The meeting follows President Trump's launch on Monday of a strategic critical mineral stockpile known as Project Vault. The program is backed by $10 billion in seed funding from U.S. Export-Import Bank alongside $2 billion in private sector commitment, signaling a major push to secure long-term supplies outside China's control. Officials said discussion will focus on investment, financing, standards, and supply chain resilience. Analysts said the move reflects growing concern among Western economies over China's leverage in minerals market and could reshape global sourcing strategies, investment flows, and geopolitical alignments around resource security. Estonia's Tax and Custom Board announced on Tuesday that it had detained a container ship flying the Bahamian flag in the country's internal waters, citing suspicions that the vessel may have been involved in smuggling activities originating from Ecuador. Authorities said preliminary investigations indicated irregularities, suggesting the ship could have been used to transport contraband. The detention is part of Estonia's ongoing effort to strengthen maritime security and combat illicit trade in the Baltic region. Custom officials are conducting inspections and gathering evidence to determine the nature and extent of any unlawful activity connected to the vessel. Officials stress that investigation is ongoing and the ship's owners and crew are being questioned. Analysts said such actions underscore Estonia's vigilance in enforcing international trade laws and protecting its ports from being exploited for illegal commerce, signaling a broader crackdown on smuggling networks in northern Europe. Ukrainian and Russian negotiators began a second round of U.S. brokered talks in Abu Dhabi on Wednesday, aiming to advance efforts to end the war in Ukraine, Europe's largest conflict since World War II. The two-day trilateral meetings involve U.S. mediation and focus on ceasefire mechanisms, humanitarian access, and pathways towards a negotiated settlement. The talk follows recent escalations with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accusing Russia of exploiting a U.S.-backed energy truce last week to stockpile munitions. Moscow launched a record number of ballistic missile attacks on Ukraine on Tuesday, intensifying pressure on Kyiv and raising concerns about conflict's trajectory. Observers say the Abu Dhabi talks are a critical test of diplomatic leverage, with both sides under scrutiny from international stakeholders. While previous rounds produced limited results, officials hope the current meetings can foster dialogue, reduce hostilities, and identify concrete steps towards de-escalation. U.S. President Donald Trump and Colombian President Gustavo Petro held their first face-to-face meeting on Tuesday in what both described as a cordial encounter, despite months of public disagreement and sharply contrasting political ideologies. The meeting defied early concerns from analysts and advisors who questioned whether the leaders could engage constructively. Petro arrived at the White House without the usual public fanfare for visiting heads of state, and roughly 2-hour session was closed to media. Both leaders spoke positively afterwards, highlighting constructive discussion, though neither provided details of specific agreements or commitments resulting from the meeting. Observers say the encounter signals an opening for potential dialogue on bilateral and regional issues, even if concrete outcomes remain unclear. The engagement may help set stage for future negotiations on trade, security, and diplomatic collaboration, while allowing both leaders to manage domestic and international perceptions of their working relationship. In sport news, Arsenal secured a spot in the Carabao Cup final with a 1-0 victory over Chelsea at the Emirates Stadium on Tuesday night. The win came after a closely contested match in which both teams created chances, but only the Gunners managed to convert. The decisive goal reinforced Arsenal's strong form this season and highlighted their ability to grind out results in tight knockout matches. Chelsea, missing key players due to injuries and suspensions, struggled to break down a disciplined Arsenal defense and were unable to respond effectively. The triumph sends a high-stake final for Arsenal, offering them a chance to add silverware to their campaign while also boosting morale and confidence across the squad. Fans and analysts alike praised the team's resilience and tactical execution in securing the win. Still in sports, Nigeria will make its debut in the men's 3x3 basketball event at the 2026 Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Officials confirmed on Tuesday. The announcement was made by Commonwealth Sport, which released the full list of qualified nations for the basketball competition. The tournament is scheduled to take place at the Scottish Event Campus from July 24 to 29, 2026. Nigeria's inclusion marks the country's first appearance in the fast-growing 3x3 format at the Games, which continues to gain global recognition for its pace and excitement. Analysts say the debut reflects Nigeria's growing investment in alternative basketball formats and offers an opportunity to showcase emerging talent on an international stage. Fans and sports stakeholders are optimistic about the team's potential impact and prospect for future competitions. That's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. Nigeria secures over $8 billion in offshore gas investment, reflecting confidence in sector reforms. Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria to close Lagos Airport Terminal 1 in March for rehabilitation, expansion, and improved passenger services. President Trump signs a law extending African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, through December 2026, retroactive to December 2025. United States of America to host more than 50 countries for talks to expand critical mineral access, countering China's global supply dominance. And in sport news, Arsenal reached Carabao Cup final with 1-0 victory over Chelsea at Emirates after a closely contested match. Thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shope. Enjoy the rest of your day.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
To you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls. in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she will go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She will learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learns a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitching. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwaters Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claim to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22nd, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15th July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She's living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
rising demand for healthy proteins, snail-based cosmetics, and export opportunities have driven a surge in Nigeria's snail farming industry, far outpacing local production and opening a significant gap for investors to fill. Snail farming, or heliculture, is rapidly emerging as a profitable agribusiness in Nigeria, offering sustainable solutions to food security, poverty reduction, and income generation. Rich in protein and essential nutrients, snails are incredibly sought after, fueled by a growing population, a rising interest in healthy diets, and their status as a prized delicacy in Nigerian cuisine. This expanding industry promotes substantial economic opportunities for both farmers and investors. There is a huge and growing demand for snails, which are regarded as a luxury cuisine due to their nutritional benefits. The snail industry in Nigeria is estimated at over 15 billion naira, and the business can be started with little capital. Snail farming is one of the most sustainable and money-spinning agribusiness that many people ignore. For salary earners and investors wanting to increase their income, it's an excellent choice, while it's not time-consuming and highly profitable. Agricultural experts have emphasized the export potential of snails and have urged investors and companies to seize the opportunity, as it was a lucrative venture with strong export prospects due to high global demand. According to them, the market exists, but what is needed was increased production by mobilizing people to invest and scale up production. Snail farming is emerging as one of the most accessible agribusiness opportunities in Nigeria due to its low capital requirement and high profit potential. With an initial investment as modest as 50,000 to 100,000 naira, the business offers the potential to grow as high as 5 million naira annually. Setting up a small farm is both affordable and straightforward. Basic materials like corrugated sheets, baskets, old tires, or wood are sufficient to construct a functional snail pen. Feeding is also budget-friendly, making the overall startup cost even more appealing. A bag of snail feed is between 10,000 and 16,000 naira per 25 kg, and you can use just 2 bags to feed 50 snails for 3 months. Everything needed for snail feeding has been provided by nature. Nature itself provides most of what snails need to survive, from vegetables to watermelons and even leftover foods. One crucial factor, however, in successful snail farming is choosing the right species. Agricultural experts recommended going for the giant African land snails, which come in 3 main species. Aricantina marigata lays between 6 and 14 eggs, up to 4 times a year. Achatina achatina produces 80 to 350 eggs per clutch and lays 1 to 3 times annually. And the most profitable among them all, Achatina fuka, can lay between 100 and 400 eggs, as many as 6 times a year. Despite Achatina fuka's prolific breeding, experts tend to favor Achatina marigata, as it is considered the largest land snail in the world, and its size and market appeal make it a favorite among both farmers and consumers. According to experts, Achatina also remains a strong choice, particularly due to its adaptability to the African climate. The global snail market reached $647.4 million in 2024 and is projected to grow from $706.7 million in 2025 to $1.4 billion by 2034, according to Global Market Insights, a market intelligence platform. France leads global production with over 300,000 tons annually, followed by Italy and Spain producing 20,000 and 15,000 tons respectively, solidifying Europe's dominance in the snail farming industry. Chiki Okulu, SOUQ News TV.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, well, it is a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Art, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it. It's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money. The story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think when the sort of continent, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers, and then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day, from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they got to think about. You got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you got to pay bills. But hip hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, Obviously, from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you are bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. You know, because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
For years, uncomplimentary features including obsolete books, lack of power supply, leaking roofs, and sparse library infrastructure have become an integral feature of public libraries. Visits to some of these facilities, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, indicate a litany of pathetic public libraries. Attempts by governments to turn things around have been weak and sometimes non-existent. Expectedly, the impact of this on learning is telling. This is the basis of today's news talk, which focuses on public libraries. An American writer, Sidney Sheldon, once said that libraries store the energy that funds imagination. He added that libraries open up windows to the world and inspire us to explore and achieve and contribute to improving our quality of life. For many years, many young Nigerians have failed to improve the quality of their lives by expanding their knowledge or nurturing their latent reading skills, hence leave most parts of their lives in doubt, contrary to the advice by British novelist and screenwriter J.K. Rowling, who said, "When in doubt, go to the library." Public libraries play a crucial role in a country's educational system by providing free access to a wealth of information and resources through offering a diverse range of books, journals, and digital resources that are essential for learning and research. They serve as a repository of knowledge accessible to everyone, regardless of socio-economic status, in addition to supporting lifelong learning by providing resources for all age groups. Their role in promoting literacy by offering reading programs, story hours, and access to books for young readers is very crucial for early childhood education and developing a reading culture. It is in light of this that the declining state of public libraries and poor management of the existing one, particularly in Lagos and Ibadan, are posing concern to critical shareholders. These concerns are there because of the overreaching effect on the standard of education in the two states, Oyo and Lagos. Most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan share similar attributes. They range from old buildings with leaking roofs, obsolete books, empty shelves, disused tables and chairs, uncomfortable ambience, and overgrown shrubs. Also, while the world is migrating electrically and libraries digitalized to bring them up to speed and make them fit for purpose in contemporary times, most libraries in Lagos and Ibadan are without electricity and manually driven. With fond memories of borrowing books to read in Lagos and returning them to the library in the full care of the other students after digesting their contents, Mrs. Felicia Adeniyi is pained that many years after, school children are longer enjoying such opportunities because of what public libraries have become. For starters, most of the libraries in Lagos State belonging to the state government are in a ruinous state. In its wisdom, the Lagos State government some years ago has turned the age-long library on Broad Street into a drug laboratory or whatever. This reporter used to use the library in the 60s, 70s, and 80s before the politicians decided to change their minds. In Oyo State, the surrounding of the Oyo State Library Board at Dugbe in Ibadan betrays what a reading environment should look like. Inside the facility is equally disheartening. Additionally, makeshift shanties cluster the precincts of the library, making it difficult for visitors to recognize his presence. Random samplings carried out among students revealed a worrying situation. While many of them hardly know where the public libraries are located, some don't even know that public libraries exist. This perhaps explains why the standard of education in the state is on the decline. The reference section, located on the first floor, is lightly deserted, with only one patron present apart from the staff. The shelves are filled with old dusty books, revealing lack of maintenance and updates. Public libraries in Ogun State are also a worrisome sight. Users no longer patronize the state library. One of the major factors causing this is because the libraries are not digitalized and facilities are in a poor state. When the director of the Lagos State Library Service, Oyadipe Ashimiyu Amao, asserted that the state libraries had been standardized and are offering quality services, one can't help but wonder the cause of the growing apathy among residents so far as the use of public libraries is concerned. But the answer is not far-fetched, as some of the existing 13 libraries that exist in Lagos State have not been developed to the expected standard. Amao had recently, at a function organized by the State Library Service held for secondary students, claimed that the state libraries offered a conducive environment for libraries. But when SOUQ News visited Ikeja's Secretariat Library, the National Libraries on Abamakoli Way, Butemeta, the conditions of these libraries were against the assertions made by Amao. It is completely against what the gentleman had told the public. While the National Library opens at 8:30 a.m., library users there insist that the discomfort they experience there is a discouraging factor which they have continued to bear because of the little or no choice that they have. One of the library users said that they often come to the library with their hand fans due to the lack of electricity, and when there is power supply, the air conditioners and fans may not be working. Is this what we need in the center of excellence? Let us in Lagos declare a state of emergency on public libraries because the reading culture is gradually vanishing right under our nose. My name is Bayo Olauye.
The Global Leadership Conclave Lagos has brought together policymakers, business leaders, development experts, and young innovators under one roof, all united by a common vision, transforming leadership ideals into practical action for sustainable development. Organized by the Global Lives Transformers Network in partnership with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, the event is themed Redefining Leadership for a Sustainable Future.
Global Leadership Conclave is all about bringing leaders of diverse sector and field to come together to discuss on leadership in the age of disruption, innovation, resilience, and sustainability. Here we come together to discuss on the ever-disruptive world that we're in now, and how leaders can stay resilient, can be innovative, and then build sustainably.
Speakers at the forum include Sir Victor Walsh, Mr. Tunji Udo, Dr. Patrick Uduma, Engineer Tony Obuigwe, and others. They emphasize the urgent need for transformational leadership that bridges the gap between policy, ethics, and enterprise, particularly in developing economies like Nigeria. Discussions also centered on equipping the next generation of leaders with global competencies, integrity-driven values, and digital age problem-solving skills to drive inclusive economic growth.
Leadership is a topic that is very important for us as a nation, and something that is very rare. The right type of leadership is not very common in our climate, and it's the wrong one that often hogs the limelight. So it's important that we're able to point to other models, other examples that have stood the test of time and that have helped other nations to get to where they are, and the kind of leadership we had before things went down in our nation, so that people, the young ones, can see alternatives, and then they can be reset and redirected on the right path.
My presence here is to contribute to the conversation on leadership, starting with self-leadership. How can young people drive change in the society and in our environment? How can we influence positively the polity that we find ourselves? We are heading towards elections, in another 1 year. How can we make a significant impact in that system, in that process?
The conclave, holding at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs Auditorium, Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, features panel sessions, keynote addresses, and networking segments designed to strengthen collaboration between government institutions, private sector players, and civil society actors.
Yes, I think that these youth have the most amazing age, because not only have they found mentorship, they've also found role models, because I say that the quality of your mind determines the quality of your life. And the quality of information that they have can revolutionize their life, their family, and the entire nation.
Participants said the platform reflects a growing recognition and that effective leadership is the foundation of national progress and international competitiveness. Oyinpriye Krumale, SOUQ News Television.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and Federal Capital Territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phoned to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now, all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Corps. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what was that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people.
Officially?
Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources. We have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of us. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to talk, I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have, you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, okay, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. Yeah. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway, you know. Because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960-something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDBC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that.
3 billion.
Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and Co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator, because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building, the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work, because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way leave issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above neck, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. I mean, it's not repairs, but you know they need to change the oil and make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbers. Initially, NDPC was created from the Federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the Federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our... But because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. I mean, the LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. There's a lot of confusion in the society, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
I'm sure they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back.
They were taking over.
you have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get. I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened.
The Naira float.
The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. SOUQ News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love on the